Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Would you be so kind to take your seats? Veuillez vous asseoir. Merci infiniment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is our pleasure to welcome you once again to the World Forum in The Hague for the UNESCO International Conference Cultural Heritage and Peace, building on 70 years of the Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflicts.
Son Excellence, Monsieur Mariusz Lewicki, délégué permanent de la République de Pologne auprès de l'UNESCO et président de la réunion des hautes parties contractantes à la Convention de la Haye de 1954, introduira et conduira la première partie de la troisième session plénière façonnée un avenir pacifique, collaboration dans la préservation du patrimoine culturel en situation d'urgence. Son Excellence, M. Lewicki, est un diplomate de carrière qui a rejoint le ministère polonais des Affaires étrangères en 2002. Chargé du maintien et de la consolidation de la paix au département des Nations Unies, puis chef de section socio-économique du département des Nations Unies, directeur adjoint des affaires politiques, Son Excellence, M. Lewicki, a assuré les fonctions du représentant permanent adjoint de la Pologne auprès de l'ONU et du Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU. Depuis 2022, Son Excellence, M. Lewicki, représente la Pologne auprès de l'UNESCO. Monsieur l'ambassadeur, avec tous les panélistes, sont invités à rejoindre le podium. Merci beaucoup.
So, good morning, everybody. First of all, let me switch on my stopper, so start. So, once again, good morning to everybody. We are having the very third day of this very timely and interesting conference. And let me seize this opportunity, first of all, to thank our host country, our organizers, Monique and the whole team from the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Culture, and the last but not the least, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think that I share the feeling in this room that we are very much impressed how you have organized this conference, and also shout out to our UNESCO colleagues, Krista, Ernesto. Thank you very much for all your wonderful work. It is needless to say that I'm very much honored and privileged to be the chair of a 1954 Hague Convention. So thank you very much for entrusting me this function. Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, the topic of our morning panel is Shaping a Peaceful Future, Collaboration in Preservation of Cultural Heritage in Emergency. And let me draw your attention to this term, peaceful, shaping a peaceful future, because actually when we are talking about culture, when we are talking about preservation of culture, and particularly in emergency situations, what we actually think is about preservation of peace and security. Because as it has been highlighted by a number of speakers already, the Minister of the Dutch Foreign Minister, or the Minister of Defense, Chief of Staff, ADG Ottone, they have highlighted that it seems to me that's very obvious fact that, first of all, culture, the destruction of culture right now, is not a byproduct, pretty often, of the armed conflicts. The culture is the aim of war, of conflict. The culture is targeted during a number of conflicts. So the current international landscape presents a huge number of intricate challenges to the preservation of cultural heritage, starting obviously with the armed conflicts, but also with human-induced hazards. Right now at UNESCO we are working, we are setting the experts committee on climate change and intangible cultural heritage, how the climate change is impacting cultural heritage. Whether the climate change has this negative impact on the cultural heritage. And because of this complex nature of challenges that the preservation of cultural heritage is facing, what we need is to have an effective collaboration. And this is actually also the very topic of this topic. And 1954 Convention, with its protocols, provides us with a framework within which we can work together, within which we can develop our collaboration infrastructure, just to ensure rapid and robust reply when it is required. So we need to be in a kind of proactive, and we have kept talking about this within the UN system for years about not being reactive but being proactive, and we need to be proactive also when it comes to protection and preservation of cultural heritage. And there are three aspects of ensuring effectiveness. First, we need to work across the boards, across with all stakeholders, various stakeholders must work together. And first of all, I'm very happy, actually not today, but yes, I see some servicewomen over there, so it brings me to underlining the importance of military-civil cooperation, and it was announced by the ADG, Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Ernesto Tone, on the very first day of his conference, this new UNESCO initiative on strengthening military-civil cooperation. Second point, it is also the issue of interdisciplinary approach. How, for example, how we can use the artificial intelligence. Everybody is talking about the artificial intelligence right now. How we can use science to advance the preservation of cultural heritage in danger. And the third point is capacity and capacity building, particularly with respect to seats, LDCs. So, having said that, we are all very much privileged to have the finest experts in the respective fields as panelists. So let me introduce our panelists in this order. And if it's a coincidence, actually. So Professor Stone, Peter Stone, President of the Blue Shield. Sanne Letschert, Director of the Dutch NGO's The Cultural Emergency Response. Teresa Patricio from ICOMOS, and I don't need to explain you what ICOMOS means. Aparna Tandon, Senior Program Leader who is leading the ICROM First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in times of crisis. And last but not the least, obviously, Elke Selter, Director of Programs of ALIPH. Okay, so some housekeeping rules. So now I'll be asking questions to the panelists. When I'll give you the floor to the Q&A questions, I will come back to you. And at the end, I will ask the panelists to sum up our discussion. So, Teresa, the first question goes to you. And ICOMOS is the institution within this cultural protection framework. So, in your opinion, how can this network of expertise and skills symbolized by ICOMOS can be used to strengthen synergies between 1954 Convention and 1974 Convention, and particularly in the view of using a second protocol enhanced protection mechanism. So Teresa, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. Perhaps allow me first to thank the Kingdom of the Netherlands for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here today representing this ICOMOS organization. Perhaps for those that they don't know us, we are the International Committee of Monuments and Sites. We are a non-governmental organization of experts, and we have members in around, I think, if I'm not wrong, 132 countries of the world. So we are spread all over the world. So, speaking about the two conventions, of course, I think if 2 years ago we commemorate the 5th anniversary of World Heritage Convention, now we are commemorating the 70th anniversary of Hague Convention. So this shows us that we really need these texts. They are very important, they are fundamental for our work, and we need to continue to use them and to try to improve their capacity for helping us to cope with the problems of today. Of course, synergies in between documents of UNESCO are very important, and ICOMOS always try to work on this sense. They are different. These texts were prepared also in different moments. They have 20 years of difference among them, and so they were prepared to answer to very specific situations in very specific moments of history. So they are different. The World Heritage Convention gives a concept of outstanding universal value, so gives this idea of universality of a property to human being. The 1954 Convention speaks of another concept that is greatest importance for humanity. So there is slight small differences that sometimes give us some difficulties in our work to create synergies. But nevertheless, having this in mind, a few years ago, ICOMOS developed a series of work and reflections to try to find and to identify precisely what are the commonalities in between these two documents and what are the differences in between these two documents, to try to improve the synergies and the way of working with them. So, of course, I don't want to be very long, but ICOMOS, we work very much, especially helping state parties and also UNESCO to improve preparedness, risk preparedness, because for both conventions, this is a very important topic that needs to be developed. So we give a lot of support and when asked, even capacity building to prepare this type of approach. So synergies are possible. And of course, ICOMOS is always at the disposal of UNESCO and of the state parties to help them to create synergies among these two conventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. And that's pretty important to work also across the conventions. And it applies not only to 1972 convention, but as one of panelists yesterday said, it is also about the intangible 2003 convention. And now the second question goes to Aparna. ICROM, with which UNESCO has recently developed and implemented a very comprehensive united methodology for the damage assessment for cultural property in Ukraine. So congratulations, and this is the best example of cooperation of UNESCO with our partners, outside partners. So in this respect, I'd like to ask you, Aparna, to elaborate on the challenges and opportunities for collaboration related to the monitoring of cultural properties, also in the framework of a new monitoring and supervision mechanism adopted in December 2023 by 1999 second protocol state parties. Aparna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So greetings to everyone. I'm happy to represent ICROM, and I would like to thank our hosts, the Ministry of Culture of the Kingdom of Netherlands and UNESCO for inviting ICROM to this great seminal moment to celebrate the 70 years of the 1954 Hague Convention. We are holding this meeting in the backdrop of devastating floods in Afghanistan, in many other parts of the world, and also in the backdrop of ongoing violent armed conflicts in several parts of the world. And one of the key challenges, and my personal frustration as a heritage professional, is that to heritage recovery and heritage protection is the lack of consistent damage and loss data for intangible and tangible heritage. And this really hinders our ability to predict future risks, to prevent further damage, and also our responses are ad hoc at best. And we face similar challenge in Ukraine, where data was insufficient, scattered, and inconsistent. And one of the, I think it was a very fruitful collaboration that we had with UNESCO, and also we had some support from the US Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation. We worked with the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, our partners ICOMOS, and as part of this initiative, we first developed and tried to understand what are the existing methodologies, and we tried to unify a method for damage and risk assessment and collecting damage and risk assessment data on site. I'm not talking about satellite imagery, although that is a very important aspect of this work. And then on top, as part of that work, we also developed an open source mobile app, web-based, to facilitate data gathering consistently, and also to incorporate in existing systems so that it can be easily incorporated in the existing systems within Ukraine. And this app and these forms have been now also accepted by the Ukrainian government, thanks to the efforts that UNESCO has consistently made, and have been also tested widely in 17 other emergency situations. The app is available for ICROM member states, and we also provide training with it. And this is what I would like to say through this platform here today. If you do not have the capability for conducting damage and risk assessment immediately after a disaster, you are failing a litmus test for your preparedness. So I think it's very important to have that. So the member states, the representatives, delegations that are attending today, please pay attention, and we'd be very happy to assist you. The other aspect is that taking this initiative further, what we are trying to now to do is to tackle climate change. We are leveraging geospatial technologies and openly available climate data to develop a risk map for Ukraine's heritage. This is funded by US Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation. And this map will actually give some predictability and will help in assessing and reducing multiple risks to heritage in Ukraine, as well as enhance preparedness for vulnerable heritage sites. So I can go on talking about this, but I think this is something that we have successfully initiated in Ukraine, but I hope that this can be a wider practice.
Thank you, Aparna. Data collection is crucial. Data collection is great because we need to know what is needed, and also what you are doing in Ukraine and UNESCO is doing in Ukraine has much wider ramification because it can be applied to other emergency situations around the world. And now another question goes to Elke from Alif, and Alif has been very much present on the ground. So, Elke, why is it important to adopt a wide approach to cultural heritage in all its forms and expressions, whether tangible or intangible, as I have already mentioned, in response to emergencies? Go ahead.
Thank you. And thanks, of course, I'm joining my colleagues here in thanking the Kingdom of the Netherlands and UNESCO for inviting Alif to this panel. For those of you who do not know Alif, and I hope it's increasingly few people, we're the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage in Conflict Areas. We're based in Geneva. We're an international fund, and we're 6 years old in terms of operations, and we're working in about 35 countries around the world for now. As to your question, tangible, intangible, I think it's not so much about separating these dimensions of heritage, but about adopting a holistic approach to what heritage is and to look at it in a more comprehensive manner. Now, if you look at Alif's website, you'll of course see that the core of the projects that we support, which are kind of reaching 500, is tangible. We very often organize projects around built heritage, around objects, around collections, around cultural institutions. But speaking as a donor, we do very much favor applications that show that the applicant has a much more comprehensive understanding of what that heritage really is. So in practice, that means that we like projects that include things like on-the-job training, skills transfer from one generation to another, include an awareness, sorry, can you go back to the previous picture because I'll explain what it is, that include an awareness of what the intangible practices, ceremonies, traditions are associated with a particular heritage, and that also try at least to respect it, preferably also to include it in a project. And I can even go more broadly. I think if you work on peace building, it's very much about the social components of heritage. It's about, yes, you can restore a building, but how is the restoration of your building going to change a neighborhood, life in a village, life in a city? And that's the only way in which you can contribute to peace. Otherwise, you're just restoring a building and not doing anything more than that. For us, that really matters. And that's about heritage projects being about more than stones and bricks. That's important too, but it's about people. If you want to work on heritage for building peace, and I think that's what most of us want to do, it's what's on all these slogans all around us here, you have to think about the people first, and then the heritage is a means to improve their lives. It also means very often stepping away from something that has dominated the sector for very long, and that is that heritage and monuments can only be touched by high-level experts. That you need a master's degree or a PhD in heritage conservation, archaeology, what have you, to be able to touch a site. And that has often led to a kind of approach in which communities are informed at best, and for the rest they're ignored. And I think we're slowly moving to projects that have a very different approach to that, and I think if we put peace building first, that is exactly what needs to be done. And for us, that's absolutely essential. I have a picture here behind me from a project in Afghanistan. This is a Buddhist stupa. Sorry, previous one. Previous, yeah, thank you. These are about 150 local people from the villages nearby who've been trained and involved in the restoration of the stupa, and I think it's a very telling image of kind of symbolically what it can also mean to involve communities in heritage that they do not necessarily associate with anymore. Next one. The next slide is a project of Yazidi heritage. We quite often try to combine elements. So this started with the reconstruction of Yazidi shrines in Iraq, but we've worked to include support to reviving intangible traditions associated with these shrines and to support craft workshops to remake the crafts that are associated with these traditions. So we also can try to move beyond a single project and add different components. And the next one is the last. I was just in Cambodia, so I added this. We have in Cambodia projects on tangible heritage, built heritage, as well as movable. And what's the nice thing about these projects, all of them actually, is that our partners very much respect the spiritual meaning of the sites and the sculptures. And at many different stages of the project include rituals, celebrations. We just had a big ceremony for a statue that needs to move. And that's very much how we try to address these different components. Thank you.
Thank you, Elke, and I cannot agree more with you. That's absolutely crucial to engage also the local communities, because this is what we are doing. We are doing we are not preserving the cultural heritage for itself, but for us, for local communities. And now, Peter Stone, the blue shield. Who doesn't know the blue shield emblem? Who knows? Who designed the blue shield emblem? That was Professor. I'm sorry, I'm leaving my capacity as 1954 convention chair for a while. That was Professor, prominent Polish architect and art historian, Professor Jan Zachwatowicz, who was actually that designed reconstruction of the Warsaw Old Town, 70, 80 years old, which because of that was inscribed on the World Heritage list. Peter, the question to you. How can we build on this strong and defined network built by the Blue Sheet to support the strengthening of capacities, sharing of experience and development projects, notably in Africa and SIDS? So capacity building. Peter, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm just going to jump straight into the answer. We now have 33 national committees of the Blue Shield globally, and in 12 months there should be more than 40. So it is a not well established but growing entity. We share our experience internally with monthly meetings of the national committees and annually at our General Assembly. So, and there is lots on the website. So that mechanism of sharing good experience and good practice is there. We've specifically targeted Francophone Africa through a grant obtained by our German National Committee, where we have now established 4 national committees in Francophone Africa and with 2 more in the process. We are addressing small island development states in the Pacific, where we have brought 7 of those states together under a bizarrely regional national committee of the Blue Shield. So Blue Shield Pacifica is addressing that. But really, to answer your question, we need to go back to the 1930s and to a Polish-Jewish lawyer, Raphael Lemkin. And Lemkin recognized the indivisible link between human rights and the protection of communities' heritage. And Lemkin was the original drafter of the 1948 Genocide Convention. He actually invented the word genocide. And Lemkin in the original drafts had 2 versions of genocide: barbarism, genocide against people; vandalism, genocide against their cultural property. So we saw that, and we heard Angela talking about that yesterday. That was taken up at in Nuremberg, with senior Nazis being prosecuted and convicted for both what Lemkin would have called vandalism and barbarism. It's in the Declaration of Human Rights and, of course, in the 1954 Hague Convention. And at the opening meeting of the drafters of that convention, the then Director General of UNESCO, Luther Evans, reminded the participants that they were there not only to draft the Hague Convention, but also to establish what he referred to as the Red Cross for cultural property. Evans and most of the drafters of the convention had lived through 2 world wars. He and they knew what was needed to actually address protection of cultural property during armed conflict. Reading the minutes of those meetings, it's very clear that they knew that UNESCO, the new essentially political organisation, could not deliver this on their own, and hence his aspiration of the Red Cross for cultural property. They knew the critical importance of an independent, impartial, neutral organisation that could eventually gain the same reputation as the ICRC, as a non-political, even-handed, impartial, neutral, standalone organisation. The drafters renamed the Red Cross for cultural property, as we've just heard, as the blue and white shield. And it was only the blue and white shield because the professor was doodling on the side of his papers and happened to have a blue ink in his pen. So when they said, we need an emblem for the convention, he lifted it up and said, what about this? And it was only that he didn't have a yellow ink in his pen that it wasn't the yellow and white emblem. But sadly, that organisation was not established in the 1950s, even though all of the drafters envisaged it would be, and it was eagerly anticipated by the ICRC in an article in 1955, linking that new organisation with the ICRC and the armed forces. It was finally, 42 years later, established by the 4 major international heritage NGOs for museums, monuments and sites, libraries and archives as a heritage organisation. But that was never legally established, nor established with any funding. And very limited funding only became available from my university, Newcastle University in the UK, when on the top of the UNESCO chair in cultural property protection, the university gave funding for part of 2.5 members of staff. Echoing what Joanne Farchek-Bajali said yesterday about cultural property protection being about people, my then Vice-Chancellor said he provided the funding not because it was good for the university, but because it was the moral thing to do. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. And I cannot come up with a wise comment to what you said because, but I've learned a lot. Sanne from the Dutch organization Cultural Emergency Response, and this is actually a follow-up question to what Elke said on communities. Why is it important to ensure that all actions of international organizations are community-based and support local actors? Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for having me on this panel. Cultural Emergency Response is an organization that coordinates and facilitates first aid to cultural heritage in crisis situations. But we do firmly believe that local actors are best placed to provide this response. And that's not only because it's more effective, but also because they know better what the priorities are, which materials to use, better connected to the communities that are involved. So at Cultural Emergency Response, we work exclusively with a locally led approach. And I actually think that it is a role of us as international organizations, but also as grant makers, to facilitate and to make sure that these actors on the ground can do this work in the best way possible. And actually too often still it's international organizations or Western organizations determining where this support goes or determining the priorities. And that's actually not a very inclusive approach. It's also not a sustainable approach. So we try to switch that around, because our approach actually and our flows of funding, our flows of implementation of projects really determines if we actually can have community-led or community-based projects. And I think it's a really huge responsibility that we have and one that we should take seriously. And this is also why we always think very critically about our approach, about what we do, about how we work. And this is one of the main reasons why in 2019 we started our decentralization effort. And we started our program and our network of SARE regional hubs in the most vulnerable regions around the world. And this is a program in which we work directly on long term with leading organizations in cultural emergency response, where we work together on the long term in really strengthening local response infrastructures. And this ensures that there's capacity, that there's networks, but there's connections as well to actually have a locally led and a locally driven response. And we currently have regional hubs in the Levant region, in Central America, the Western Balkans and the Caribbean region, and we're currently developing one in the Black Sea region as well. And I'm very happy actually to have all coordinators here with us at the conference, so if you would like to meet them, then you can. And well, what do they do, and what do we work together on is that they actually work on strengthening the capacity, strengthening the networks, but they also have a very important role in advocacy and raising awareness so that actually cultural emergency response can be integrated more and more in these local response systems. And in the end, it's our role to support them with that, provide expertise, but also make sure there's funding available that can be canalized through these structural existing local response infrastructures. And we believe that it's a more equal distribution of funding and a more inclusive way. And actually, it ensures that our work is, in a way, more humanitarian and not foreign-led.
Thank you very much, Sanev, and that's a pretty important question. What does it mean community-led? So not that we are coming, we are funding, but communities must be engaged from the very, very beginning, also of defining the objectives of the projects on the ground. And now, Elke, the question to you. And it has been already raised during this conference, this question about division of labor, the question about avoiding this overlapping. Do you hear me? That's everything okay? Yeah. Okay. So, the question to you is. How can we ensure an efficient repatriation of tasks between various partners, international NGOs, the UN entities, and the complementarity of the work on the ground? How to strengthen these synergies? Elke, go ahead.
Thank you. I think in terms of coordination, I'll split some of the key terms of the question. In terms of coordination, been in this field for a bit more than 20 years now. When I first entered UNESCO as a very young intern, and I see Mechtel sitting there who probably remembers that. Ever since then, and some of you have been around for much longer, so I think it also dates back to way before I started working, there's been a call for more coordination, better coordination, different coordination. And I don't think that call's ever going to stop, because I don't think there's something like perfect coordination. To turn it a bit more positively, I also think that the coordination that we see today is vastly better than anything we've ever seen before. Krista's here. I think her team's doing an amazing effort. We all meet, many of us meet in different constellations several times a week, often. For a small organization like ALIF, that is really, really useful. It helps us to know who's doing what, who's planning what. It helps us to share what we're doing and planning, or also which requests we receive, and to see whether others receive the same requests, which very often happens. It helps us identify gaps and see who's there, willing and able to address the gaps that are still there, and therefore to move forward jointly, not necessarily jointly in one agreement, but kind of all together to make sure that everything is covered as much as possible. How do you then best divide the tasks? I think in an ideal situation, based on who is better at what. That's easier said than done, of course, but I think we roughly know what our different specialities are. ALIF has been created to be fast, to be able to provide funding rapidly, to tried to be one of the first on the ground. We've, over the past 6 years, created mechanisms that allow for that. In specific cases, there's Ukraine pictures behind me. We have a mechanism that allows us to provide funding within 48 hours, which in acute active conflict is absolutely needed, and sometimes even 48 hours is too late. But I think we all know that the number of crises seems to be increasing, or if not, at least we're somehow a victim of our own success, because we've been advocating for many, many years, all of us, that heritage in emergencies is really essential, and the downside of that is that now we're being solicited to help out in pretty much every crisis that's there. We have about 200 projects in Ukraine at the moment. Requires a lot from my team. But there's many crises that started while Ukraine is ongoing. We have Sudan, we have Yemen, we have Gaza. We just had a discussion about Haiti, which is one of these hidden crises. But everybody wants and needs and deserves a similar type of support. So I'm going to add a third point to coordination, division of labor, and I think that's cooperation. It's the title of this session, and I think the only way to address the challenges that are coming at us is to build partnerships and to work together. Because aside from what all of us do best, I think there's also what we can do better together. There's a picture behind me. It's in cooperation with UNESCO in Afghanistan. I put this one, we're working with a lot of you here, including many of you here. Put this because I thought nobody was going to show this example.
Okay, we need to speed up.
I'm finishing. This is absolutely the last one. But just to say that I think this is the way to go. We need to work together and bring our strengths together.
And this conference is a part of this process of building partnership. And Aparna, very briefly, because we need to have some space for the audience to ask questions. The very same questions about strengthening synergies when it comes to this interdisciplinary collaboration. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just taking on further from where Elke left off, I think one part of this interagency coordination and cooperation is also about knowing each other in the field and ensuring field presence. So when we started out back in 2010, ICROM's first aid training, the challenge was that nobody had a field presence. Cultural heritage didn't have field presence. And when we said to the emergency actors, please think about cultural heritage, they said, well, where are you in the field? We don't see you in the field. And that's why ICROM in 2010, with the support of the Ministry of Culture and also UNESCO Venice office, had started this training, which has now become a very big network of 2,000 plus cultural first aiders, where we bring together disaster risk management professionals, emergency actors, civil protection, humanitarian aid workers together. And the idea is also to ensure that in Afghanistan you have thinking professionals who can critically apply their skills to an emergency situation, work with their respective communities, and prioritize according to their existing needs. To support this training, we have developed standardized guidance, which has also informed ISO standards. And since 2018, ICROM has been working systematically with DG ECHO and the Italian Civil Protection Department. DG ECHO is the Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Organization. And our partner is ProCult HairNet. There is a community that has been developed, and the idea, again, the goal is to make sure that cultural heritage, concerns for cultural heritage are embedded in humanitarian aid, in in civil protection responses, and are also part of the broader or the national or the local level planning. And I think this is something very important we cannot just ignore. The other aspect is, on the screen you can see some tools, like there has been a long-standing question from the field, when to intervene in an ongoing crisis situation, especially in a conflict, and to protect cultural heritage which is tied to cultural identity, somebody's identity, and how not to escalate tensions. So
you need to conclude.
Okay, very quickly. So we have developed these tools which are very simple, but can help humanitarians and others, decision makers, to go into community and work with people and empower local responses.
Thank you. Please scan this QR code. And Peter, there is a number of instruments aimed at protection of culture. There is a number of instruments aimed at protection of culture heritage. In your view, what is needed? Just 3 or 4 points. What do we need else?
Okay, I mean, the tools for implementing good cultural property protection are there. The 54 Convention, the protocols, UN Security Council resolutions, UNESCO and UN strategies and agendas. It's all there. What we need to do is recognize that the 54 Convention is a peacetime convention. It says 8 times in the convention, in times of peace, we must, ... 8 times. And yet, it has not been implemented, I would argue, by any country, with perhaps the exception of 2, anywhere properly. And why is that? Firstly, because ministries of culture, who normally have the responsibility, not always, are always the least powerful ministries in a government, and they are the least funded ministries in a government. So when they are trying to prioritize, it is the leaking roof and the conservation of their collections which become critical, and not a forward-thinking, let's prepare for armed conflict, which nobody wants to prepare for. But if you don't, in times of peace, you will not do it in times of war. And the last reason it's not there is, and I'm sorry to keep going on about this, but the organization, that Red Cross for Cultural Property, envisaged by Luther Evans in 1953, has still not been fully set up and fully funded. And that's a missing leg of the stool of proper implementation and proper safeguarding. And we now envisage going back to the discussions of 53, as the image on the screen says. The blue shield is a triangle set within a circle. The triangle, the 3 points are the heritage sector, the humanitarian sector, and the uniform sector. And we can't do good CPP without an ongoing dialogue between those, all of the time. But every armed conflict is different, and that's why the context of the political agenda is culture going to be a reason for the conflict, a weapon in the conflict, a target in the conflict, or a means of peace and reconciliation. The legal context and the media context are so important. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Peter. And regardless whether we need or we don't need new instruments, what we can do right now is to do our homework, actually, just to implement the instruments we are having right now. And Teresa, what in your view, what should be the priorities when it comes to the protection of cultural heritage? On what areas we should focus more as, broadly speaking, international community? Go ahead.
Yes, it's a very complex question to give in a short answer. But I think perhaps picking the last phrases of Peter, I think we need to work to be prepared. We want to preserve because we want to build a common future. And so if we want this common future to exist, we need to be prepared and to avoid conflicts. And so I think all organizations should work strategically for the 3 moments, before the conflict or before the catastrophe or the emergency situation. We need to give support during a catastrophe, but also to work for the aftermath. Because these 3 moments are really we are speaking about risk preparedness, we are speaking about improving capacity building in different areas of the globe that are facing very complicated situations. But I think we organizations need to perhaps to understand the sensitiveness of each conflict, of each region, to work accordingly and to give the right answer for the different situations. It's perhaps a concept that humanitarian organizations are used to, but I think we as cultural organizations, we should perhaps work on that also. I put here a picture, the work we are doing since a few years in Ukraine. We are also working together with ICROM and with UNESCO in Ukraine. We are not only doing risk preparedness, but we are also working for future. So preparing rehabilitation plans, preparing documentation that will allow for the reconstruction and for the recovery. This for us is very important also to think in the future terms. But perhaps, I don't know if we have many time, but if you allow me, I'd like to put another reflection on the table, because I think our colleagues from ALIF make this reference, that is coordination, protocols of working together. We need to work together. We are here 4 organizations, but we have much more organizations that are working on the field for cultural heritage in emergency situations. We need to learn how to work together, and for that I think we need protocols, how to do it and to define the responsibilities and actions. I would like to conclude with this.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. So preparedness, and again preparedness, and also this preservation. This is an opportunity to this is this slogan in UN: build back better. And this is also an opportunity to strengthen the local communities, to strengthen, and let me use this humanitarian language, resilience. And it brings me to Sanne. So Sanne, how to work better with the humanitarian actors, with the military actors, how to ensure that when we talk about preservation of cultural heritage, we understand one another and we speak one language. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I fully align with what colleagues just said, and I wanted to say what you just said. I think protocols are incredibly important, and also to prepare our coordination mechanisms in peacetime, because Elke, yes, it's so much better than it was, and I think our collective mobilization for supporting our partners in Ukraine is a really good example of that, but we really need to do better still. And having you all here, shall we have a meeting soon to do our preparedness for coordination efforts? I think that's really important. And reflecting on the humanitarian sector, I think there's so many models we can learn from, and that will actually help us as field to professionalize more, to coordinate better, to actually be on the level of the humanitarian response sector, because I think there's still a couple of steps that we need to make before we are there and before we can truly and meaningfully collaborate with them. Because in an ideal world, of course, culture has its place as a part of these humanitarian response infrastructures, not as an added function for the humanitarian organizations, but as an equal partner where we work with cultural teams together alongside humanitarian teams and the armed forces to protect our cultural heritage. And that is about speaking the same language. It is about having a damage assessment done in a similar way. It is about working with joint networks and pooling of resources to actually make sure that that's able and that we can do that.
Thank you, Sanne, and for sure we need interpreters between just to translate UNESCO language into humanitarian language, I don't know, economic language, and thank you very much for our wonderful interpreters. Peter, you have just signed a letter of intent with between UNESCO and the Blue Sheet. So what will be the priority for this future collaboration?
Okay, thank you. The future demands collaboration. There is far too much work to do to replicate activity. And yesterday there was a very good question specifically about the duplication of efforts. And also yesterday we heard about UNESCO's plans to develop an initiative around civil-military cooperation. in the discussion around that, there was no reference to the work of the Blue Shield and the network that the Blue Shield has already developed in terms of civil-military organisation with UN peacekeepers, with NATO, with numerous national forces through our national committees, with the ICRC and national societies of the Red Cross, or the developing work that we've got with the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. That needs to be integrated into UNESCO's ideas. We have our aspirations set out in a brochure that you can get from the Agora, but there will be people at the door at the end of this handing any free copies out if you want, and this is also online. Please, let's not 2024 slip away without realizing the aspirations of Raphael Lemkin and Luther Evans and those who drafted the 54 Convention. That sounds, and perhaps is, aspirational and naive. But if we don't take the opportunity to really try now, how will future generations regard us when so much other cultural property that could have been saved if we had prepared in times of peace to protect it? Surely we must seize this opportunity to build full integrated collaboration for the sake of all affected by armed conflict, for the sake not of old stones and old bricks and old things that we all love, but for humanity.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, and I cannot agree more with you. It is our responsibility, our shared responsibility, and the UN system, the conventions were born from the tragedy of 2 world wars, and I hope that we don't need to have another tragedy to push us forward on this issue. The last question, Teresa, to you. In your view, what other regions where support for strengthening of capacities and development of partners' network are needed, and more specific on what issues? Very, very briefly, please, if you can.
Yes, well, ICOMOS, we are working all over the world in all regions. We are developing and monitoring situations. To give you some examples, in, of course, Ukraine, but also Gaza, Sudan, and other countries in the world. For us, for this moment, one of our priorities, I must tell, that is African region. And we are developing all a series of projects in some countries in Africa. And especially, I put you here some pictures of the work we are doing in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yesterday, my colleague already made some reference for the project we are doing there. Because if we want to be prepared, if we want to protect, we need to know what we need to protect. And so knowing the heritage of a country, knowing the element that needs to be protected and preserved for future generations, need to be studied and need to be known by the competent institutions of a country. And so we are developing all a project that we are sharing with different colleagues in different countries in Africa concerning inventories of heritage, and is a little bit following the second protocol that from the 1954 Convention. So the intention is to identify cultural heritage, to study it, to record, and to know precisely what are the remarkable elements that should be preserved, but also the vulnerability of these elements. And this for us is the instrument, the necessary instrument to be prepared. Together with this, only another field of this project is also the development of a sound legislation and sound policies that can guarantee in long term the preservation of this heritage. So these are, for us, for the moment, one of the priorities of ICOMOS. Thank you.
So thank you so much. And now the floor is open to a question, but a few very housekeeping rules. So I have a stopper, 30 seconds, and just you are going, so if needed, very brief comments, and you are going straight to the gentleman in white shirt over there, the third row, and then followed by Ambassador. floor is yours. And I collect a few questions. And Ambassador, okay. Okay, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Merci beaucoup
Just start.
pour la parole. Je remercie les experts, les collègues. Comme cela a été dit, dans le cadre du deuxième protocole, la République démocratique du Congo, au fait, je m'appelle M. Ipar Amoutema Joël, je suis coordonnateur national du comité consultatif national qui s'occupe de la protection des biens culturels en cas de conflits armés. Donc, le mécanisme de mise en œuvre de la Convention de La Haye en République démocratique du Congo, et je suis le point focal.
Votre question, s'il vous
Alors,
plaît.
ma question est la suivante.
Oui.
Et d'abord, donner une information, si vous voulez bien. Mon pays, depuis octobre, a donc adopté en Conseil des ministres l'adhésion au deuxième protocole. Et j'aimerais quand même que ça soit quand même noté pour permettre au moins de nous accompagner. Mais ma question est celle-ci. Nous avons suivi depuis hier que le visage de la protection du patrimoine qui se présente est toujours orienté vers la guerre, donc vers les conflits. Et que tout à l'heure, on vient de nous dire que la Convention a également des aspects humains ou humanitaires. Mais je pense pour le pays de l'Afrique centrale, notamment mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, en dépit de la guerre, il y a un nouveau visage de la précarité, des conflits, qui est en lien avec la recherche de ressources naturelles, qui brouille très souvent la mémoire historique, les sites archéologiques, la route donc de caravanes. Et ce problème n'est pas pris en compte par les experts ici dans cette salle. Et il y a lieu donc de tenir compte également de cette dimension, parce que le changement climatique également impacte sur cette question avec le feu de brousse. Donc si l'on peut restaurer cette image, l'humain, le patrimoine au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, en tenant compte à la fois de conflits, mais aussi et surtout de la pauvreté, parce que ça constitue également une urgence.
Merci beaucoup pour votre question. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have a question could be addressed by any of the panelists. My name is Mohammed Juma Sari. I'm the ambassador of Yemen to UNESCO. We have, according to some reports, more than 1 million landmines. Some of them are either in the buffer zones or inside some of the cultural sites in Yemen. I don't know, we have a program there, it's a sorry program working to clear the mines in some areas, but I mean, areas which includes these cultural sites, I don't know what can we do, or what sort of collaboration between your organizations and UNESCO to protect these sites from these dangerous mines against the cultural sites and the people as well. The other question is, Arif has some projects in Shibam Hadramaut, that's in the south, in the southwest, and in the north, southeast, and in the northwest, in Taiz. I really don't know how can we promote these protection programs, projects, to include the military as well. Because most of our problems in Yemen, I think in some other countries, is because people who work in military and the armed forces, they don't have a clue, they don't have an idea about the importance of the cultural sites in the country.
Thank you so much, and please, and now, Ambassador, but I'll be strict with you. Just go straight to the question, and I want somebody who is not working for the government, who's not a diplomat, to ask questions. Okay, this lady too, and 1, 2, 3 in the back. Okay, so straight to the question.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Elman Abdullayev. I'm ambassador and permanent delegate of Azerbaijan to UNESCO. Actually, I will have a very quick question, as I promised to the moderator. You know, as representative of the second protocol committee, I just would like to briefly inform you that we, as members of the second committee, have adopted guidelines at the subcommittee meeting with regard to the effective implementation of the second protocol. And actually this subcommittee ad hoc meeting was sponsored by government of Azerbaijan and government of Japan jointly. I believe these guidelines are quite effective guidelines, and my question is very straightforward to all the panelists. Would this be an effective tool for the implementation of the second protocol? And I'm not sure how much you are aware of these guidelines, but I definitely believe we could turn it into an effective tool, or maybe we could further work on it and
Elman, you have already asked a question.
And I would like to also echo the question of Ambassador of Yemen on landmines. Thank you.
Okay, lady over there, the floor is yours. Go straight to the question. Because we have already got extra 10 minutes, and go ahead.
My question is...
Identify yourself, please.
Patty Gerstenblith. I'm not representing any government. I'm U.S. Blue Shield. My question is for Aparna. My understanding is that the documentation form that you've developed is not being used or is not adapted to be used for possible criminal prosecutions in connection to destruction. Okay. If so, why not? It seems to me there's a huge amount of wasted or inefficient energy that the form could have been used for both purposes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And two, I don't know, ladies, gentlemen, in the back. And that's all, right? And there was a gentleman over there. Go ahead.
Hello. I'm Amra Hadji Muhammadovic from International Forum Bosnia. The question is for Teresa. How the new guidance on reconstruction...
My way to Mali for a field visit for my NGO. I'm a senior advisor in risk management security, and I've been working for humanitarian aid organization from 2003 to 2 years ago. My first mission was in Afghanistan.
Please ask a question.
Yes, sorry. My question is, I've never seen you NGOs in the field for cultural protection. So what is your budget of advocacy in the field?
I mean, thank you so much for your question, and I'm pretty sure that all these NGOs are very present in the field. Bad luck, but you haven't met them. So now we have a number of questions. Teresa, one question was directed straight to you. So go ahead, and if you wish, you may also respond to some other questions.
Yes, thank you very much for bringing to the table this question of the guidance for recovery and reconstruction, because it's really very important. It's a work that we also did in collaboration, ICOMOS did in collaboration with ICROM also. And yesterday we were talking about reconstruction. I raised my hand to speak about this, but I could not put the question. So thank you for bringing this for the table, because ICOMOS since a few years are very much concerned with these questions of recovery. We prefer using the term of recovery than reconstruction, because recovery goes more straight to humans, to people, because our intention is to help them to cope with the problems. And so we prepared a guidance, and you have this guidance on the internet website of ICOMOS and with ICROM. And together with this guidance, we made also a deep study with different types of different reconstruction that happen in the world, in various regions of the world. Reconstruction after emergency situations, not only for war, but for other type after fires, after flooding, so you have different types of emergency situations. By the way, you have also a study on the reconstruction of Damascus after the bombardment by the French. Yesterday, someone spoke about this. And this can help you to give you, to prepare for your recovery process. So we have a kind of detailed guideline, step by step, how you can prepare and what type of documents you need, and what type of steps you need to pass to be able to.
Thank you, Teresa. Okay. Ambassador of Yemen has asked question to Alif.
I think I can be quite brief. We're essentially a fund. We provide financing to partners. We do provide technical support where needed, but ultimately a lot of what we do depends on what's been proposed to us. So if you want us to work with military, if you want us to work on demining, we have nothing that stops us from doing that, except that so far I have not received any project applications that involve this. We have demining projects in Mosul, for instance, so we can work on that. We just need preferably local NGOs to come to us with a proposal, and that applies to all of you who are in conflict countries and who would be interested in working with us. So it's about getting in touch, proposing what you want to do, and then we'll find a solution together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a number of questions have been asked by our colleague from DRC, from Ambassador of Yemen. So Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I think there is one answer to the questions about poverty, about climate change, about landmines, about how to bring in the military, about the guidelines from the CPP committee, from about reconstruction of guidance. And I go back to the same phrase in the 54 Convention. All of that must be implemented and discussed and worked out in times of peace. If we leave it till the conflict starts, we haven't got a chance of addressing it. All of those can be chipped away at in discussion and practice and training and education and awareness building in times of peace.
Dear colleagues, I will face serious consequences if we take another minute, and I'm sorry that no all questions. Just go ahead, just 30 seconds. Okay, go ahead. And also just try to answer lady from Bosnia, right? And there was a specific question on guidelines. Go ahead.
Okay.
And Sana, if you wish to add, but
I'm
1 minute, so 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay. Aparna, Sana.
Okay, very quickly. So on the aspect of climate change, poverty, I think these are drivers that are overlapping, and we are living in the, so well pointed out, we are living in the era of polycrisis. All the more important to understand how culture can be an instrument of peace and sustainable development. And I think at ICROM we have capacity development on heritage-based climate action, where we are tapping into the locally held indigenous knowledge, place-specific indigenous knowledge or traditional knowledge to improve lives, livelihoods, and to also reduce disaster risk. And at the same time, I can talk about that later. We can speak with the representative from DRC, Congo. And the other aspect which Patty, you pointed out, thank you so much. I fully agree, but the mandate with which we are working was to basically, there are two different, when the scope is different, the assessment becomes different. Our scope was to immediately understand what are the risks to heritage and how we can calculate costs to quickly stabilize rather than to find who is the perpetrator, which becomes more of a complex issue. And for that,
the organizer will not reimburse my travel costs.
Bring the workflows together.
Sana,
yes,
30 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
Is it working? Yes. Very quickly to respond to humanitarian remark. We are definitely in the field. You can count on that. But I do think we work too much in our cultural silo. And that's what we need to break through. So I think, and it's something we can also collaborate on, is to show the impact of the work we're doing and the importance of why it matters for people. Because that's where the link is with the humanitarian sector. It's about the well-being of people. And that we need to demonstrate.
It's all about what kind of change we make on the ground. So I will present some recommendations at the last session. And now please give a huge applause to our great panel.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, many thanks to Ambassador Lewicki and his esteemed panelists. I'm glad to see that they are vacating their seats because slightly different from what we
One. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellence, and everyone who is around this morning. First of all, thank you for inviting me to moderate this session. It is a privilege for me to come from Guatemala to do this worldwide event. So, we are going to talk in this session about specific points, such as while the 1954 Hague Convention was the first treaty in the field of culture dedicated to protect cultural heritage in times of crisis, being the oldest UNESCO convention, it is still very much at its core an innovative instrument. Conflicts continue to target cultural heritage every day. Conflicts can be about overpowering territory, but also on targeting identities that are shielded under symbols of heritage, being those tangible or intangible. Threats evolve as technology constantly reinvents itself. And we are ravaged by new emergencies, being armed conflicts or others, such as the effects of climate change and natural disasters. A convention made in 1954 that is ever more relevant as it provides tools that can be used to mitigate and respond to different types of crises affecting cultural heritage and cultural property. Back to the main title of the session, Shaping a Peaceful Future must integrate cultural heritage into policies and emergency response mechanisms and drink from its interdisciplinary means of application. Communities and academia are often overlooked sources of innovation to construct peace and prevent armed conflicts. Traditional knowledge, as it has been said in the previous session, shouldn't be ignored if we are discussing cybersecurity. We can't dismiss the very real impact of digital threats on local communities. Everything is connected. Harnessing that connection for sustainable development and peace building is the challenge we are facing right now in this particular moment of history. It urges adapting cultural heritage protection to new areas of conflict and forms of crisis. And for that, we need to innovate once more. So I have the pleasure of being joined today by a very exciting panel with a wide range of expertise. We are going to add some spice after this discussion we had. So we have spice from the Caribbean, Africa, and some precision as Swiss, and also some learning lessons from the Japanese culture. So, firstly, we have been joined today by Dr. Mariko Fujioka, who is an associate professor at the Faculty of Tourism and Community Development of Gakuin University in Japan. She has completed a PhD in Cultural Heritage Studies from University in Tsukuba, carrying research projects in the field of heritage legislation and policy and historic urban conservation. Dr. Fujioka has served as a member of a Japanese delegation to UNESCO meetings for the Convention of the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict since 2010. Secondly, I would like to introduce Mr. Mutanu Kiyanias, the head program of African Digital Heritage, where she provides leadership in the execution of a holistic digital practice within African cultural heritage. Ms. Kayana is a digital society expert who works with African communities to actively reimagine and redocument their histories and cultures through the adoption of digital interventions that center their needs and realities. She has worked on many projects, on many grassroots projects, such as the Skills for Culture, digitization, a project commissioned by the NatCom and for UNESCO, the Kaminthu Theater Virtual Reconstruction Project, and many others. Then we have with us Mr. Mauro Bignati, advisor digital technologies of warfare at the International Committee of the Red Cross. With over 20 years of experience in cyber threats, intelligence, and cybersecurity, before joining the ICRC, Mr. Bignotti has worked for the Swiss Federal Police, the Swiss Department of Defense, the Melanie Switzerland's first Center for Public-Private Partnerships on Cybersecurity for Critical Infrastructure, and the National Cybersecurity Center. And finally, but not least, I would like to introduce Ms. Rita Tifu, the director of the National Archivist at the National Archives of Suriname. She is a board member of the International Advisory Committee of the UNESCO Memory of the World Program, holding previously the role of the president of this UNESCO program for the Latin American and the Caribbean region, MOLAC. Mrs. Fu is the co-chair of the Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network, CHEN, and chair of the Forum of National Archivists, a body of the International Council on Archives. She is also a lecturer at the History Department of the Faculty Humanities at Anton de Korn University of Suriname. So, welcome, my dear colleagues. It is a pleasure to have you here, and it is also an opportunity to have voices from this part of the world, because most of these institutions are centered in Europe. So I'm very happy that we can speak because we have a different perspective of the reality of what it has been said in these previous 2 days, or these 2 days. So I have a question to Dr. Mariko Fujioka. As new emergencies arise every day with different threat profiles, how come universities can foster innovative practices through education? If it is able to create long-term impact, such as, for example, integrating the results of such innovation in emergency preparedness and response on policies in Japan. Please, can you work on that?
Okay, thanks. And first, allow me to thank for the UNESCO and the government of the Netherlands for organizing this wonderful conference and inviting me as one of the panelists. And thanks for Samuel. And about the universities, universities have generally advantages in terms of resources. Their accumulation of diverse range of expertise from sciences to engineering and humanities, which include heritage preservation, disaster history, emergency planning, community planning, and geology, and so on. This accumulation and exchange of knowledge from different fields can lead to new urban approaches and ideas for planning and management for different types of emergency at different places. For instance, the type of disaster risks are different from region to region. Therefore, it is necessary to first identify the regional characteristics, which include geological, built, social, and cultural environment. Based on such understanding, preparedness and emergency planning can be developed. Disaster education should also be tailored to such regional specificities. In that sense, multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary academic research would be crucial and effective. Further education is not only for the students, but also for fostering the individuals with necessary abilities for emergency planning within community. In fact, there are needs at local governments and communities to enhance their preventive capabilities and mitigation capabilities. So, for several universities in Japan has specific institute for disaster prevention and disaster mitigation, and they collaborate with local governments and communities to undertake initiatives, including initiatives on cultural heritage in emergencies. When it comes to emergency preparedness and response, universities and other academic institutes emphasize the importance of being practical by being involved with local governments and communities so that their works will be reflected in policies and actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariko. Certainly, we are aware that Japanese are the leading in the world in creating a culture of prevention through educational. They include this in the curriculums since at a very early age, and that's a model we are trying to emulate in Central America, for example, now, because it works. I mean, I think you have pointed that, how you implemented that in universities and at different levels, not only in primary schools, but it certainly has some results that we can clearly see. And that's why we would like to emulate them. And the next question will be to Mrs. Mutanu Giana. Welcome. This question is about using technologies to innovate local communities' voices and the know-how for a holistic digital practice with African cultural heritage. I wonder about the protection of intangible cultural heritage as people are their only vessels. how can we increase their protection through digital tools?
Thank you so much for this very important question that you ask, and I like that you put it in really nice terms, that the people are their only vessels. I would like to start by stating that I strongly believe that the protection and preservation of intangible cultural heritage is as important as that of tangible cultural heritage. It is the people, as you say, who embody cultures and hold reverence to these spaces you are fighting so hard to protect. Through intangible heritage, we are able to breathe life into these very spaces and collections. By using digital methods in the preservation of intangible cultural heritage, especially amongst communities that have been othered for decades, we allow memory workers such as myself and many others on the continent to include the voices of indigenous people, thus reclaiming their dignity and identities. For us, digitization offers a chance to question narratives about our people and redocument falsities and preserve information that did not and still does not fit the Eurocentric view that they have been assigned to for such a long time. To illustrate, I would like to share a transformative project we undertook in 2022. The National Commission for UNESCO invited us to digitally document the Gede ruins. For context, Gede is situated between Malindi and Kilifi in Kenya's coastal region. For those of you who've gone to Mombasa or you've traveled to the Kenyan coast, it's not very far from Mombasa. The town dates between 1041 to 1278 and was a significant trade center along the East African coast. When I was looking it up, the narrative that I got was that they said that Gede ruins contains artifacts like Ming China vases and Venetian glasses unearthed, and Venetian glasses were unearthed there. It flourished in the 15th century but was abandoned in the 17th century due to factors such as raids, Portuguese influence, conflicts in nearby city-states, and a declining water table. And I think these are some of the things that we're trying to protect cultural heritage from right now, especially with the 1954 convention. However, regrettably, historical accounts of Gede have largely been shaped by foreign perspectives and archaeological studies by the British in the 1880s. Growing up, while we visited the coast, because Gede is a popular touristic site, I often wondered why it seemed very foreign, yet it's in Kenya. One of the questions that guides our practice at African Digital Heritage is, for whom are we digitizing for? For whom is the archive meant to serve? While NatCom had commissioned us on this to help preserve the tangible heritage, it was only right that we included the intangible aspect too. If the digitization was going to inform young girls like I was in the future who wanted to learn more about Gede, here, our contribution was to counter the narrative of Western dominance over this heritage site by capturing a more inclusive and accurate history and fact of the site. We interviewed local community members in their native languages, and in the process discovered that Gede holds significant historical oral history of the Mijikenda community within which its land is found. We also viewed it as we also learned that it is a site of sacred and spiritual importance. According to oral tradition, the site is protected by spirits and ancestors who harm those who threaten it. And these are details that you wouldn't find in historical texts about Gede. For us, digitizing both the intangible and the tangible aspects was a radical act of repair. By embracing broader cultural context and indigenous knowledge, we disrupted hegemonic knowledge paradigms. This project also reinforced our belief that if we do not take an active role in preserving our heritage in our own voices, we risk contributing to its erasure. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Kenya, it's a beautiful country and also very well advanced in terms of technology. Back to 2013, I was there for a month, and they were already doing this crowdsourcing app, Ushahidi, which was for another purpose, but it could be used for risk preparedness, especially because it comes, you hear the voices of the communities. Who are the first ones who are after a disaster? Communities. You know, in Guatemala, we had earthquakes. I live in a big earthquake. And who were first? The communities, before the Red Cross, before the firemen, before the army. So it's important to hear their voices because they have traditional knowledge, they know their territory. And I'm very amazed at how you are using new technologies, 10 years after. That's very important, and that's the main issue that we are addressing in this session, how to take advantage of these tools that are available. So next question will be to Mr. Bignatti, Mauro. In your case, you work very concretely with digital threats, affecting digital infrastructure that can impact people's lives in many ways. How can technology be used to protect digital assets from digital threats, such as inventories of cultural property?
Thank you, Simon. Thank you for the invitation. So as you know, as you are aware of, cyber operations are more and more used by armed forces during conflict. So we've seen cyber operations against critical infrastructure. And when I'm talking about cyber operation, I'm not just talking about exfiltration of data. I'm talking about the disruption and the destruction of physical assets. So through cyber means, it is possible to disrupt and destroy physical assets. We have seen against power grid, we have seen attacks against hospitals. We have seen also cyber operation against humanitarians. ICRC was a victim of a large cyber operation at the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. So seeing this trend and seeing the fact that more and more in armed conflict, the use of cyber means is a reality. So we are trying to digitalize the Red Cross, Red Crescent emblem. So the idea here is to put the emblem in a digital form on digital asset. Digital asset, I'm thinking about servers, computers of medical unit of armed forces, of hospitals, of humanitarians that are deployed in the field. So the way we are doing this is not a new system of cybersecurity, but we have to look at this from the perspective of cyber operators of armed forces, that we facilitate them the role to identify protected assets so that they must avoid to attack these assets. So the idea here is to present a digital emblem in form of a certificate to operators of cyber operations so that when they deploy an operation by identifying a suitable target, they will receive a certificate, and knowing that this certificate is a valid sign of protection based on the Geneva Convention. So we are now developing the technological solution. We will present this, and we are presenting this to the states because there's going to be a second path. It's the integration in the Geneva Conventions, which is something very challenging. But we have also a third actor in the field, so it's not just the users and the states. We have also the tech industry that have to be involved. So it's a very challenging project, but it's a project that we are running since 2 years now. And the very same technology, because it's a neutral technology, can be applied for different other purposes. One of these could be a digitalization of the Blue Shield to be put on digital assets of protected heritage property. So this is something that we can explore, and we are discussing with UNESCO in how we can deploy the same technology for the Blue Shield too.
Fantastic. I think you mentioned a very important point for this occasion. We usually associate Blue Shield with the Red Cross. I mean, Blue Shield is the Red Cross of culture, but nobody knows the symbol. I mean, the Blue Shield is marked. Yesterday we heard, we had marked 15 places in Costa Rica. Yeah, I travel Latin America, and I've seen a lot of marked places, but nobody knows what it is. Nobody, it doesn't have the same visibility as the Red Cross. So I think that that's a challenge from today to try to work together, ICRC, as Mauro has said, to include the Blue Shield in the Red Cross actions, even digitally. I don't know, this digital stamping technology that you are showing in your booth could also include the Blue Shield emblem. So we start raising awareness about what Blue Shield is, especially in the new generations, because the emblem is there, but it has to be more socialized in order to be identified. As we see a Red Cross, immediately we know it's something of a medical emergency. But if we see the Blue Shield emblem without any support, it is not, I think it's lacking of this branding. I don't know how you call it, but it's important. So thank you for your participation, Mauro. So now I will ask to ask Rita from the Caribbean. It is thought, is it through updated policy making and legislation that a government can face future threats? How can governments include policies for cultural heritage protection in their legislation?
Thank you, Samuel, and thank you, UNESCO, for inviting me, and also the Dutch government. So, to respond to your question, most of the national government in the region already developed national climate change policy. But what they didn't do is address the protection of cultural heritage in this national policy. So these policies often lack, for instance, the integration of the cultural heritage sector in disaster risk preparedness and response and management strategies and plans at the regional and national level. So that is still lacking, I think, or I believe in Barbados and in Jamaica. They are gradually evaluating their national policies on that. But overall, I truly believe that it's necessary that the national government in the Caribbean region join hands and looked at the possibility, but also the urgency to add cultural heritage protection in their national policies. And having said that, because I'm representing the Caribbean Association, the Caribbean Archives Association, but also the Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network, when we were affected by the effects of Hurricane Irma, Maria, and Jose, the effects were very disastrous. And as Caribbean Association, we decided not to wait on national policies, but for ourselves, change our strategy. Instead of organizing workshops from island to island, we decided to develop a regional approach, to develop a comprehensive approach on developing emergency mechanism in the region. And that started in 2018, 19, and by that time, in 2020, the Culture Emergency Response here in the Netherlands also reached out to Carbica, and we decided also to join forces. So in my experience, as NGO, as civil society, if you see that in the region, the national policies are not in place yet, you have to push it on the agenda of the national government, and in our case, within the Caribbean community, CARICOM. And so far, I hope by the end of this year, you will be invited to speak to the CARICOM head of governments, and also push this on their agenda. And I also want to highlight the launch of the Culture Emergency Response Hub that has been launched recently in March in Curaçao. And we invited representatives from the libraries, archive, intangible heritage, and also world site managers to discuss this regional approach, discuss this Caribbean Emergency Response Hub. Because, year after year, we've been confronted by hurricanes, by earthquakes, and so on. And, if you don't join forces, financial resources, capacity, as small islands, I think it will not be effective. So that's why we decided to work with the SER, but also the role of the UNESCO cluster office in Jamaica is very important because we also work closely with the UNESCO regional office, and you also have experiences with the cluster office in Jamaica. So, and this is my message to small island development states in the Pacific or elsewhere. We have to join forces. We have to look at the comprehensive approach. Otherwise, we're not going to succeed in our efforts to protect and safeguard cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita. You're very right. I think you mentioned a point, especially you have a very big challenge with this new hub that it's being implemented in the Caribbean. Because we're talking about policies, governments, legislation, and you have many islands, many countries, many governments. So maybe one approves, another one disapproves. So even though we have the best training and capacity building, the best capacities, resources, and if we don't work with the government, if we don't have a legislation, we won't get anywhere. We won't even have access to the site that has been destroyed or affected because they are the ones who provide the credentials. So it is important to work with civil protection. Civil protection also, it's a body of governmental institutions like the Army, the Red Cross, the ministries, special foreign affairs, from the humanitarian point of view. So it is very important to work on policies with the governments, and that's a big challenge for us in our countries, in Latin America, Caribbean, because there's a lot of negligence, a lot of corruption, a lot of not continuity of the authorities. They change every 2 months. So it is very hard to follow up on these policies and points of view. So, and on the other hand, also you have mentioned now that Dr. Marico is also here, and I remember 3 years ago, 2018, it's been a long time, we were in Japan, when Japan was trying to implement their Blue Shield National Committee. And also there was the UNESCO representative from Asian Pacific, as you know, Vanuatu, Tonga, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Guatemala, Costa Rica. We are at Japan in the top 10 list of the most vulnerable countries in the planet for natural disasters. But we have very many things in common. We were discussing how can we implement Blue Shield in the Caribbean, in the Asian Pacific Islands, in Central America, because we are small states compared to, to Europe, and different mentalities, and do not have enough human or resources to form these national committees because of legal, because of economical situations. So we were discussing projects like regional alliances in the Asian Pacific, regional alliance of the Caribbean and Central America, instead of having, but of course this requires a lot of legal issues concerning statutes of these institutions. But that's something that we have to think about, because that would be the only way that we can have a very strong force, a strong representative force in the planet, not as a small country. I think because that has been my experience in Central America as a conveyor of Blue Shield. People has the will, but we don't have the culture of being volunteers in Africa, because we have problems with poverty, with health, with education. So the first thing they ask is, okay, how much are you going to pay me? What's my salary? So, oh, I'm sorry, this is volunteer, like the Red Cross, volunteer. So next day, everyone disappears. So that's the reality. So thank you, Rita, for mentioning that. And now I have a question to Mutanu again, Mrs. Mutanu. For conflict prevention, there is a critical need to take into account the leveraging of cultural heritage from peacetime as a peace-building tool. Is there an example you could mention from your different contexts? How can digital assets and technologies strengthen the effects of exploitation of cultural heritage in Africa, for example?
Thank you very much. I hate to be the one in the room to bring this up, but for a majority of African countries and the global south, colonization was the conflict that denigrated our cultures and identities. This period was characterized by the destruction of cultural spaces and the pilferage of collections and human ancestors that defined what a people were. Decades later, memory workers like myself and many others on the continent are still working to rebuild identities. This is our work of healing, and it is our true manifestation of freedom. The best example, because you asked for an example, I can give on this, is a decolonial archive project we are currently working on, together with partners in Germany and in Senegal. It's called the Talking Objects Archive. The Talking Objects Archive is an open source digital archive that seeks to break down and counter Eurocentric perspectives with new narratives, epistemologies, and schools of thought. I firmly believe that in order for people to exploit cultural heritage on the continent in a way that is sustainable and in a way that favors them, we must first have access to these very collections. This archive, the Talking Objects Archive, is centered around objects located in Africa and in Europe, which thankfully have been digitized, thus eliminating the physical access barrier issue. I think it is important at this stage to point that the innovation and intention behind Talking Objects does not negate the need for immediate repatriation of stolen objects, but instead works to create digital worlds in which these objects can live until their return. Worlds in which these objects are accessible and allow people to interact with them and create inspired new forms. We hold steadfast that the conversations around immediate reparation should not be dulled by the collection of digital heritage, by the creation of digital heritage archives. One is not a replacement of the other, nor a permanent acceptance of alternative placeholders. Back to the Talking Objects Archive. The Talking Objects Archive invites communities and gives them the space and agency to change the way that cultural artifacts have previously been described due to outdated colonial, patriarchal, and hegemonic structures. It serves as a door opener to new epistemologies and a different view of what knowledge can be today. Hopefully, this exploration and exploration builds a living archive, an archive for the now and for the future, an archive that improves the representation and participation and exploitation of people who feel that museums and archives, as they currently are, don't speak for them, or worse, are not for them. For me, this exploration is an act of breathing life into collections that have been carrying withered souls for eons, an archive that gives birth to new life in various propagations through these explorations that we allow for, that we are allowing for. And it's an archive that allows collections to do what living things do, to travel around the world, to be in conversation and symbiosis with each other, and fellow humans and artifacts, and when the time comes, to die. It is through learning and seeing the erasure that happened during conflict, during colonization, that we are using this time of peace to rewrite histories, to include local folklore, such that in case of conflict, which we hope does not happen, future generations will have reference points about who they are and what they were about that is holistic and representative of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is very important to document tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And I think you're doing great, especially having such a rich heritage in Kenya. The Maasai, the national parks, Lamu. I mean, Lamu is one of those places that are not many in the world. When I was there, there were only donkeys, no cars, and it converges the Arab, the Hindu, and the African cultures. But it's very close to Somalia. Next to Somalia, there's Al-Shabaab, which is the Al-Qaeda branch in Africa. So it is, a risk, that you can have conflicts there. I mean, social conflicts, and of course the natural disasters. You just lived floods, flash floods last month, and so droughts. Kenya has it's a beautiful country, but has a lot of threats like any other African country in that continent. So, but I think you are ahead. You're already doing great, and especially giving space to communities, because it has been said throughout this convention, it's all about people. Heritage, intangible, but at the end, we are humans, and we are the ones who also create the disasters. There are no natural disasters. It's manhood who creates them. So we have to learn a lot and try to learn from these different cultures, because everyone has a voice to say, and some little grain to contribute in this big challenge in the global, from a global point of view. So, finally, how can innovative policies be shared and expanded in least developed countries, small island developing states, and conflict-afflicted countries, where there have been many priorities and needs related to health, education, poverty? Mauro, you, while working in the ICRC, which is mostly known for emergency response, maybe we can start with you and how the ICRC integrates cultural heritage in their programs.
So, as you probably have heard, the Vice President of the ICRC in the opening panel yesterday morning, so we are deploying different capabilities. So the first one is training. So we are training armed forces, we are training non-state groups in respecting international humanitarian law. We're also doing pre-deployment training for peacekeeping forces before they start their mission. We're including these also in this kind of training. We would like to, and we're trying to test this at the university level, to train students about the respect of international humanitarian law, and the CPP is also included in all those trainings. So the idea is that those students at some point going to be workers of the companies, or they're going to work in a cyber military command. So we have to train them from a technological perspective. What does it mean, the respect? What we have seen in this very difficult historical moment is that the belligerents are trying to restrict the capabilities of the Geneva Conventions in terms of restricting what civilians and civilian assets and civilian infrastructure are. So this is something that we have to counter as an argument. We have to reestablish the force of international humanitarian law, the respect of a principle like the principle of distinction between civilians and military and military object and civilian, military objective and civilian objects. So this is something that we have to do with probably the usual method, but reinforce this bilateral confidential discussion in fora like this one and other fora. So we have to be stronger on this respect to avoid that considering less civilian asset as protected, going to be also an impact on cultural property.
Thank you. So the same question to Dr. Marico. How do you think, how can innovative policies be shared and expanded in least developed countries, small islands? And
Okay, I suppose any states and any inhabited areas have experienced some forms of crisis to varying degrees in its history. And in going through those crises, the local customs and traditional wisdom, let's say the local culture, might play a role to sustain communities. I think such cultural practices could be connected with an idea of emergency preparedness and emergency response. So how a community has adapted itself to the environment and its changes can be is close to how to manage disaster risks at the communities. And I suppose this understanding can be a starting point to disseminate the idea of emergency preparedness and also this 1954 convention to as much widely as possible.
Thank you. Rita, what's your point? We have to be short because I think we're running out of time. Since you changed the schedule, I'm lost. I don't know when to finish.
So, thank you, Sam. So with regards to national policy and legislation, those policies and legislations are needed, you know, for communities and also for national governments. But on the other hand, governments also need to ratify relevant convention and protocols, but also engage in multilateral cooperation. But last but not least, also engage actively with civil society and communities, because government only, they will not be able to actually implement those policies. So there is a whole range of stakeholders. So you have the convention, the protocols relevant to the region or the country. At the same time, there is also a role for civil society and also for communities. I see this as a holistic approach. So, and looking at the current development in the world, I think, and I strongly believe that working in silos is not effective anymore. We have to work together, and also, for instance, especially the small island development states, we're not going to survive the threats that we are facing in the future if we are not going to work together, collaborate with the multilateral organization. For instance, I'm looking at you, Peter. We approached Peter Stone Blue Shields also with regards to establishing a regional Blue Shield in the Caribbean. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And your final words, if you have something to add, Matano? Would you like to talk something about this, conclusion?
Yes. For me, I think it is, and I think, again, I'm repeating that even as we are redocumenting and reconstructing physical spaces, that we should put in endeavors to make sure that we are also doing and capturing the intangible heritage, because it is the intangible heritage that breathes life and gives these spaces soul. if really the work of cultural heritage is to connect the past, the present, and the future, then there needs to be like a clear line of how we got here for the purposes of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. So how much time do we have for Q&A? Do we have time for Q&A? 5 minutes? Okay. So before Q&A, I'd just like to conclude. Let me see what's first. The conclusion or Q&A. Okay. Let's do the Q&A, and then I can add some comments that you may contribute with. Please. We have one question here, another one here. So we have 5 minutes, so please be, straight to the point. The microphone, is there a microphone? Please, come.
Thank you.
Can you identify yourself and...
Yeah, Zeynep Gülnal from ICOMOS, and sorry, for now as UNESCO Turkey National Commission. So my question can be to Kinanya, but can be all the presenters can be answered. As you know that we have more and more hybrid threats affecting the cultural heritage and targeting the cultural heritage because of the strategic importance. So we also know that more and more we are facing with the cyber attack to our archives and also the archival informations and also the inventories. So because we are offering all the archival information to the public, and do you have any support for protecting the system from the cyber attacks, or how the future will be responsibility of the heritage organization on that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really important question, because one of the things that I like saying about the work that we do is that we tend to look at digitization as just doing the thing. But then digitization exists within this sphere where we're also thinking about sustainability, we're thinking about risk, we're thinking about new interventions. And even as we put out interventions, one of the things that we do, especially with our programs, is to try to think long-term and bring in partners that will help us in or cover spaces that we might have not think of or communities might have not thought of yet. Unfortunately, in order to be able to do this, then you will need financial support, which is one of the things that is, I think, holding the continent back in jumping onto digitization interventions, because you find that most of the money goes into the actual thing, but not the protection. So if we can take anything out of this panel discussion, then I think I would urge that for the people who are behind decision-making tables, designing programs or designing financial interventions for programs, to also think about investing in long-term protection of these digitization interventions. Yes.
Please, the microphone, please, to this gentleman. Ambassador, right?
Thank you very much. My name is Roman. I'm from the Russian delegation to UNESCO. First of all, let me thank the hospitality of Hague, its people. Well, we have some troubles sometimes, but thankfully we managed to solve them with the help of the Secretariat. I would also like to thank the distinguished speakers on the topic. It was very, very rich and important, especially about the situation in Africa, in small island developed states, which is the priority of UNESCO organization, and it's very good that we hear it. I would have a small question to Mr. Vignati from the ICRC, because he mentioned a very important thing about new mechanism, digital mechanism being integrated into the Geneva Convention. I'll explain why. Being analyzing what is said during these sessions today and yesterday, and during the sessions of different governing bodies of the convention and protocols, advisory body, we see that there is certain demand for the enhancement of the implementation of the convention to make it more operational and effective. And so we see that we set some new strategic goals, try to elaborate new mechanisms, monitoring mechanisms as well. But they are not initially envisaged by the convention itself. And so certain states parties can consider it a risk to the implementation of the convention. And there is this problem of how to integrate new mechanisms, as you mentioned in the Geneva Convention. You said it's a tricky process because we consider it that all the modernization, all the development can be only in the framework of the law enforcement practice, the decisions adopted by the government. So I wanted to ask maybe to give an example and experience how you deal with it within Geneva Convention. I'm sorry, a little bit sketchy, but unfortunately our specialist from Moscow could not come as she has not received the visa, so I tried myself, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we're now in the phase of developing the technology. So as soon as the technology is ready, so we're going to invite, and this is already planned for the 26th of June, we will invite all the states to assess the technology that we have developed. Because at the end of the day, are states that will accept, endorse this technology, and go on with the second pass, that is how we bring this in the legal framework, right? There are different ways on how we could put the digital emblem into the Geneva Convention. It could be a new protocol, could be an amendment of protocol or Annex 1 of the Protocol 1. This could be a discussion. Could be also that we start with pledges of states that agree on respecting the digital form of the emblem. So what is essential to understand, we are not creating something totally new, we're just putting a digital form on what already exists. So the entire legal framework will be exactly the same as before. So authorities, state authorities are the one that define who's going to use the emblem. State authorities are define if the technology suits the goal, and so on and so on. So we just propose this, and the legal process will probably start after the international conference in October 2024. So starting from there, we will discuss with states if they are open to consider a digital form of the emblem, and if yes, in which form.
Okay, thank you very much. So with this, we conclude the question Q&A part of this session. And I would just like to conclude and do some recommendations as part of this protocol. So I think it is very clear that we have to work together. It's been said that we have to join our synergies. You know, there are many institutions working for the same objective, but we are apart. And also the Hague Convention, it's an excellent document, but I think it has to be strengthened. There has been 25 years of the second protocol, and many things have happened in these 25 years. So we have to include, UNESCO has 6 conventions or more, especially on the intangible cultural heritage, diversity, underwater. You know, these are issues that we have to take care and reinforce the Hague Convention, you know, because there is heritage under the sea, especially in the Caribbean, in Africa. And also, indigenous people and communities are not very much mentioned in the Hague Convention of 1954. So they have their wisdom, so it is important to, maybe not to make a third protocol with using artificial intelligence, traditional wisdom, and the traditional, you know, all these issues that we know, that we already know, that are in the document. But I think this is an opportunity to update because heritage has become a target. in the last 25 years. So that we have to have a different strategy to protect it. And also new technologies. This discussion today was about new technologies. I think it would be fantastic if in this digital stamping and reinventing the Red Cross in a digital way, it would be very important to include some Blue Shield or some statements about cultural property protection, so it gets the same visibility, the same treatment, so the world can learn, can be more aware of that. And also the importance of the work that you have been doing, with these tools. There is many apps that we can use, but the idea is to join the synergies, to join the knowledge, and I think this is the conclusion of this session, looking at a positive future. So thank you very much for your contributions, which were very important, and thank you very much to the audience also for your contribution.
Rightly deserved applause. Thank you, Samuel Franco Arque, and your panelists, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now finally go into the coffee break, but I would ask you to be back at 12:15 when we will go into the wrap-up session, which will be a reporting from the different sessions that we had so far. And after that, we'll go into the closing ceremony. Great introduction.
Okay.
Next to the...
My glasses.
I have to take them off. You have to put them on to be able to read.
I started.
Yes.
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers participants, nous avons plaisir de commencer cette session avec les modérateurs qui ont travaillé pendant ces jours et qui ont élaboré avec tous les panélistes les recommandations. Bien sûr, ce sont encore les recommandations qui ont besoin d'être revues, mais déjà nous avons ce document et nous vous invitons de les présenter.
Indeed, and first we will invite back Ms. Krista Pica to present and introduce the wrap-up recommendations from the first plenary session on peace building through cultural heritage and the importance of cultural diplomacy. Krista, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Hello? Yes. Good afternoon. Very pleased to see you all back in this plenary session. Before touching upon the first panel, I would also like to simply acknowledge the diversity and richness of exchanges that we have had over the past 2 days. We had more than 300 participants from 100 countries. We had 40 NGOs participating, and many people also connected online, so it's really encouraging to see the level of mobilization of all of you, and of course this contributed to the richness of discussions. Moving to the first panel, and I hope that you will also see the draft recommendations on the screen. The first panel looked at peace building through cultural heritage and the importance of cultural diplomacy. This was a panel where we had 6 panelists, including the UN Special Rapporteur on cultural rights, but also representatives from countries from different regions of the world, such as Mali, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Iraq, Jamaica, but also the European Union. And the essence or the main message coming out of this panel was, of course, about the importance of culture, importance of factoring the preservation of culture into peace-building, peacekeeping, stabilization efforts, and also the importance of factoring culture in before, during and after crisis, and the importance of preparedness. Let us now look at the draft recommendations, if we can have them on the screen. Can we have them on the screen? If not, we can have it at least on the paper. Thank you. So, here are the few recommendations. The first one, the importance of the universal ratification of the 1954 Hague Convention and its 2 protocols. And now that you see it also on the screen. The second one is the importance of national implementation of the Hague Convention and its 2 protocols through legislative, preparedness and training measures. The third, a call on the states to adhere to the human rights obligations, in particular cultural rights, contained in the relevant international human rights treaties. The fourth is the recommendation concerning the integration of culture into humanitarian stabilization, peace building and mediation efforts through cooperation between UNESCO, UN agencies, regional organizations, governments and civil society, so as to ensure sustainable development, peace and security. And the fifth is concerning the advice to develop comprehensive awareness-raising strategies and educational programs, including involving women and the youth, and also the emphasis on community participation and engagement in cultural preservation as a cornerstone of peace building and resilience. So these are the preliminary recommendations coming out of the first plenary session. And I will now want to pass the microphone over to the moderator of the second panel, or one of the parallel sessions. I understand Lucian's job is that. But I also wanted to mention that, of course, we would invite you to then afterwards share your comments and reflections if you see that we have missed an important recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. For summarizing this discussion of the session, we would now like to invite Ms. Svetlana Jovic, representing the plenary session on behalf of the moderator, to present her recommendations of the panel that she had.
Yes.
Please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. On behalf of our moderator, I'm presenting our recommendations from plenary session 2, Protecting Cultural Property, a Humanitarian Imperative, and our session was, as probably most of you were present, was pretty dynamic and diverse. It went from the perception of military actions by communities to the case studies of Beirut blast, and role of military, actually in this case peacekeeping mission, and the one case study from our colleague from Gaza. So recommendations summarize, first of all, that integrating heritage protection into humanitarian actions through enhanced cooperation between UNESCO and UN agencies should be to ensure alignment with international humanitarian law. So we all confirmed during our sessions that this is happening, but maybe it needs to be more intensified and more structured and not depending on individuals' contacts. If we have a good correlations with Beirut, for example, Beirut office in UNESCO is different, and if you don't have a good context among UN agencies. So, next recommendation, number 2, is advise developing comprehensive awareness-raising strategies involving women and youth to highlight cultural heritage role in peace and security. This is imperative, and especially for peacekeeping operations, since we work on the peace and security agenda, we do try through our limited efforts to engage women and youth in peace and stability initiatives, but we would like to invite and have support of UN technical agencies to substantively support this process. Third is related to conducting workshops to empower local communities in disaster or conflict regions to protect and manage their heritage, fostering respect of others' heritage. During our panel, we did emphasize how much community involvement is necessary and important, and awareness on the heritage and respect of heritage from different actors is very, it's actually crucial. We call it local ownership, and success to all of our initiatives is if we have a local ownership at the end of our mandates. And the fourth recommendation relates to strengthening policy and legislative frameworks to recognize and protect cultural heritage during crisis, ensuring enforcement and respect by all sides and parts in conflicts. So that's all from our plenary session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jovic. I would now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Mariusz Lewicki to present the recommendations of the plenary session dedicated to working together to preserve cultural heritage in emergency situations. Ambassador Levitsky, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. And I wish to thank all great panelists we had at this panel, and we have really benefited from a wealth of experience. So let me read out our recommendations. The first recommendations recommends enhancing digital coordination tools to support international partnerships, ensuring efficient communication, data sharing, and resource allocation for cultural heritage protection during crisis. And it goes without saying that we need to strengthen our communication lines between all stakeholders, and we need to strengthen international partnership. And by saying international partnerships, we have in mind also partnerships with local communities. The second recommendations proposes establishing a 1954 Hague Convention Partners Group for preparedness and emergency situations to develop unified methodologies and training tools, improving coordination and response effectiveness, because we need to be prepared once a crisis is arising. We need to be more proactive and less reactive. And the last third recommendation is advocates increasing inter-organizational projects to foster collaboration and global capacity to protect and preserve cultural heritage as per the 1954 Hague Convention. And this is actually one of the key objectives of this conference, to get together all partners from different fields, military, humanitarian actors, and culture field. Thank you so much.
Merci, Excellence, d'avoir résumé les travaux de votre session. Nous invitons maintenant M. Samuel Franco Arce à présenter les recommandations de la session plénière dédiée aux innovations en matière de préservation du patrimoine culturel dans les situations d'urgence.
Merci. Okay, thank you. Yes, as I previously said just a few minutes ago, we have recommendations after this important session, and one is to encourage innovative approaches in use of technologies for heritage protection, such as digital mapping, satellite imagery, and artificial intelligence, to monitor and assess threats to cultural sites. I would add also crowdsourcing tools, because we want to hear the voices of the communities. You know, it's so I would add this. I know these are preliminary recommendations, but of course we can improve them. And the second one would be to advocate strengthening international legal frameworks for emergency responses to threats against cultural heritage, including protocols for international cooperation and resource deployment. Yes, as it was mentioned by the panelists, especially in small islands or small, these geographical areas that involve many countries, many policies, many governments in a region, it is a bigger challenge, because like in the Caribbean, I mentioned, it was, there are many countries, many governments, many cultures, so it is as Asian Pacific, the same situation. I think we are the most vulnerable part in the planet for natural disasters. So we have to work, like I said, like a regional alliance, as a group, in order to be heard and in order to have enough strength to respond in times of emergency. Then, to promote enhancing community engagement and capacity building by providing training and resources to empower local populations in safeguarding heritage. So this, again, it's important to include the communities, but also indigenous people. That's very important, because they have the wisdom, as it was mentioned, they have the know-how that we can merge with the scientists, with artificial intelligence, with whatever has been written in the document, so we can contribute to to a better document and more realistic one to what we are living in 2024 and who knows in the next years. So I would add also education. We had the experience of Japan. Japan are the masters of prevention, and we are reactive in the Caribbean, in Latin America. We are a reactive culture. So I think we have to learn from education to implement risk preparedness in their curriculums, you know, at different levels, primary schools, universities. So we get a reactive culture because, as I mentioned, communities are the first ones to be where the disaster is. You know, not always the infrastructure allows the civil protection to get there immediately. So with that, I think that those are the main recommendations and conclusions of our session. And you know, like I said, this can be just arranged. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Maintenant, nous invitons le capitaine Anke Pedersen à présenter les recommandations sur le renforcement des capacités des militaires en matière de protection des biens culturels.
Merci beaucoup. So, thank you very much. The session on building military capabilities for CPP has elaborated on the different ways in which CPP can play a role in military operations, including civil-military cooperation, logistics operations, and disaster response. And we had representation in the panel from different parts of the world, including the US, the UK, Austria, Lebanon, and through video, also Mali. And the session elaborated on the different arguments also needed to convince military leadership on the necessity of integrating CPP in military operations. And these arguments are very much needed also still today to be able to expand military CPP worldwide. And above all, it also emphasized the value of international collaboration and exchange, as we definitely need each other, also as experienced CPP officers, but also for the countries starting with this capability anew, to bring this topic forward also in defense organizations. So between us, my next visit will probably be to Lebanon to see how they are implementing their CPP capabilities. So, without further ado, the recommendations that we distilled from our discussion. Firstly, our recommendation is we strongly support the development of civil-military partnerships, including the establishment of a UNESCO civil-military alliance on cultural property protection to ensure access to specialized knowledge and training, enhancing the military's capacity to safeguard and respect cultural property alongside their other duties. Secondly, encourages increasing awareness-raising activities within the armed forces to establish cultural property protection units or capabilities, emphasizing the legal, ethical, strategic to tactical importance of cultural property protection and seeking support from military leadership. Third, advises enhancing international partnerships on the military protection of cultural property within security strategies, humanitarian assistance, and peacekeeping policies, engaging with armed forces or civilian organizations like UNESCO to support the creation and training of CPP units and capabilities and facilitating global knowledge exchange and assistance. Last but not least, we also highlighted the need for continued involvement of defense and security personnel in high-level discussions on the implementation of the 1954 Hague Convention. As we've seen yesterday, our Commander-in-Chief, the Chief of Defense, General Eichelsheim, opened this conference. Hopefully a next conference can also be involved with a lot of high-level military presence as well to emphasize the importance of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Peterson, for eloquently summarizing the discussion that took place during your session. We will now invite Professor Anna Filipa Vrdoljak to present the recommendations of the parallel session on criminal responsibility for the destruction of cultural property, combating impunity through international law. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I'm grateful to our panellists and also together with the numerous interventions from the floor and questions which provided a robust and engaging discussion. I'm sure that those that were present will agree with that. Our session concentrated, as was indicated, on combating impunity for crimes against cultural property in international humanitarian law and under the 1954 Hague Convention and its protocols. I'll move directly to the recommendations because in many ways they summarise the main points from our discussion. First, it recalls the obligation of states parties to incorporate the provisions on criminal accountability under the Hague Convention and its second protocol, international legal frameworks. Second, advising of enhancing cooperation among law enforcement, military and civil authorities by fostering robust communication and coordination, particularly during armed conflict, to ensure effective protection and prosecution of crimes against cultural property. We encourage involvement of national commissions for international humanitarian law more closely in the implementation of obligations related to the protection of cultural property alongside the relevant competent authorities. We recommend establishing an international task force dedicated to collecting and preserving evidence for the eventual prosecution in national courts, regional and international tribunals. We support UNESCO's work in training initiatives for the judiciary and encourage all states to incorporate these modules into legal education frameworks, equipping judges and prosecutors with expertise to handle such cases of destruction of cultural property and thereby strengthening the rule of law. And finally, but perhaps equally as important, indeed equally as important, we strongly support the effective participation and engagement of local communities, particularly women and youth, in damages assessment and reparations relating to accountability efforts. Thank you, moderators.
Merci, professeur, d'avoir résumé les travaux de votre session. Nous invitons maintenant Madame Corinne Wagner à présenter les recommandations de la session parallèle sur les nouvelles technologies et la protection des biens culturels.
Thank you very much. We were pleased to have a very multidisciplinary panel of experts for our new technologies panel, and our main goal was to think of ways to better integrate cultural heritage protection for disaster planning and response to include the latest technologies that could be applied toward cultural heritage protection. So the main idea was harnessing these technologies, such as artificial intelligence and blockchain and others, for good and to make them accessible. So our recommendations follow. Recommends developing principles for artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other new technologies for the use in safeguarding cultural property, focusing on ethical and effective strategies during emergencies, including through establishing the UNESCO International Expert Group on Artificial Intelligence and Protection of Cultural Heritage. We advised enhancing digital inventories for heritage management by increasing efforts in digitization and integrating new technologies solutions, ensuring accurate real-time data for better monitoring, preservation, and accessibility of cultural properties. And we emphasize that this must be done in peacetime, not once the disaster has already occurred. Encourages fostering public-private partnerships to advance technology in cultural heritage protection, leveraging innovative solutions for monitoring and managing cultural sites, with UNESCO leading efforts to facilitate such collaborations. Recommends developing educational and training programs focused on the implications of new technologies, particularly artificial intelligence and/or blockchain, for the protection and preservation of cultural heritage. And then we possibly talked about organizing a global forum for young cultural heritage professionals on culture and peace in the digital world to promote knowledge exchange and innovation. And then finally, advises adapting and extending UNESCO's digital tools, such as the GIS-based platform for cultural heritage mapping and protection, to improve interoperability, information sharing, monitoring, and conservation of sites on UNESCO lists, enabling timely intervention and raising awareness for cultural properties worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you ever so much for that presentation. We've thus come to the end of all presentations by the different groups, and we would like to thank all the moderators for summarizing the results of our collective work, thus presenting us with a very tangible result already of this conference. Thank you once again. Now before, yes. Please all stay seated, apart from our panelists, or rather the moderators. You can move to the room if you want to more. Just before moving on to the next formal occasion, that is the closing ceremony, we would like to remind you of the fact that after that ceremony, we will immediately be confronted with an artistic performance on the floor of this room, and it will be done by the group HIT, a percussion group, which is from The Hague, and this internationally acclaimed group will be translating our collective commitment to protecting our heritage, promoting unity and hope into the universal language of music. But that's for later. For now, we have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Ernesto Ottone, Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, and Ms. Fleur Greper van Kolwijk, State Secretary at the Dutch Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, to lead the closing ceremony. Mr. Ottone, the floor is firstly yours. Thank you.
So, after the wrapping up, now it's the formalities. Excellencies, dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, time flies when we are having great discussions. The 3 days of conference have already come to an end, and I would like once again to sincerely thank and congratulate the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the City of The Hague for hosting this international conference marking the 70 years of the UNESCO 54 Hague Convention. We must acknowledge the excellent organization and the teamwork of the Netherlands. We had the pleasure to witness the world-famous Dutch efficiency. This conference covered a wide array of important subjects, from the importance of cultural diplomacy, the application of emerging technologies, to the nexus between cultural property and humanitarian actions. The very diversity within our conference under the umbrella of cultural heritage and peace tells us that protecting culture in the 21st century takes all of us. It takes our collective intelligence to find solutions against all odds. It takes our hands to get dirty, to wrap cultural objects with protective materials, that was mentioned yesterday, to create an inventory and archives. And it takes also our hearts. Those in the room are undoubtedly some of the most resilient professionals within the culture sector, rushing to where others will not for the sake of culture. When others see stones, you see stories of generations past, the essence of people's identity, our children's right to a better future. In the creation of dreamers and doers like you that resulted in the creation of the UNESCO Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property at the event of armed conflict in this city of The Hague exactly 70 years ago. The preamble of the UNESCO 54 Hague Convention, and I mentioned the first day, but says, damage to cultural property belonging to any people whatsoever means damage to the cultural heritage of all mankind, since each people makes its contribution to the culture of the world. So, visiting booths by dozens of organizations and listening to all your exchanges and appetite to learn from each other, I was moved by how far this simple yet powerful concept has spread to all corners in the world. This is why I'm certain that there is a fertile ground for the new UNESCO Civil-Military Alliance, a structure that will facilitate unprecedented coordination and global exchange among heritage protection actors that previously saw limited interaction. Same goes for UNESCO's commitment to draw on cutting-edge technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, to preserve cultural heritage. We will help state parties better integrate remote monitoring through satellite imagery, preventive digitization of cultural property, and improved data. We will also launch a capacity building program for judges and prosecutors, as we did it for the 70 Convention against illicit trafficking, to better support the analysis and investigation of crimes targeting heritage. These efforts will build on our UNESCO extensive experience training judicial authorities to protect freedom of expression. And of course, we will continue to invite states around the world to ratify the Convention, and it was mentioned, and also the first and the second protocol, and to increase focus on preparedness. In today's climate, where crisis seems to multiply and nullify the work you have done, even you feel sometimes a sense of despair. Well, it's important that you know that you are not alone, and it is in each other that we can find the solace we need, the friendly ears to truly hear you, and the encouragement to go on. In moments of darkness, I would like us to remind ourselves that first and foremost, our concern and objective is peace. It has always been peace. The protection of heritage is intrinsically linked to that of peoples and communities, and it was mentioned many times this morning. And safeguarding one contributes to the security of the other. The reconstruction of cultural sites after a crisis means healing and reconciliation, cohesion of the affected communities and people. In this sense, the fundamental principles of the UNESCO Convention are part of a broader initiative aimed at promoting peace building and humanitarian efforts. And so, in moments of doubt, let us remember a reminder that we are preparing for what is to come after this darkness. Excellences, chers participants, cette conférence a mis en lumière des pistes de collaboration que nous devons exploiter ensemble. Les résultats de cette conférence alimenteront nos efforts pour renforcer la mise en œuvre de la Convention de La Haye de 1954 ainsi que ses deux protocoles. En effet, cette conférence internationale était également une opportunité unique de réunir partenaires, experts et représentants du monde entier afin de créer le temps de 2 journées un espace d'échange et de savoir. De ces échanges ont émergé les résultats clés qui nous ont été présentés par les modérateurs des sessions, dont je salue le travail par la même occasion. Il ne tient qu'à nous de mettre en application les idées novatrices et les collaborations qui sont nées de cet événement, ainsi qu'au comité qui est en charge de la mise en œuvre de cette convention. L'objectif était également de réfléchir à notre avenir. Le patrimoine est et restera menacé par les conflits, les catastrophes naturelles et le pillage. Les avancées technologiques, l'intelligence artificielle, le renforcement des collaborations et la recherche permanente de nouveaux moyens de protection sont autant d'opportunités à saisir. Dear friends, the great Argentinian writer Julio Cortázar once said, "La cultura es el ejercicio profundo de la identidad." It means culture is the profound exercise of identity. I would like to think that this is what we do in our own way. Protect our identities, the diversity of it, our cultural heritage against all threats, including neglects, misconceptions, and undermining that culture does not matter or matter less. I am pleased to say that the momentum is building and our voices are growing. Today, following the historic Mondial in 2022, we are coming together to make culture as a standalone goal in the post-2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. As UNESCO, we pledge to continue our fight to speak up for culture. Looking around this room, I know today that we are not alone. Let me, before finishing, thanks once again all the team of the 3 ministries of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I wish also to thank our team and Secretariat of the 54 Convention, Krista, Anna, Tural, and all the team, Matilda, who are able to design something that I hope you will use in all your activities this year for the celebration of the 70th Convention, because it makes sense, and it's clean, and it's direct. And finally, together, let's put peace into action of women and men. Thank you a lot for your dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otone, for your address and your kind and wise words. I would now like to invite Ms. Grepe van Kolwijk to mount the podium and give her speech. Thank you ever so much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to start with where the Assistant Secretary General ended by thanking the team for the excellent work behind the scenes to make this conference a success as it has become, because I think a lot of the things we don't see made why we could have the conference the way we had. So a big thanks to the team behind the scenes. It is an honor to be here today, surrounded by so many custodians of cultural heritage. And the last few days, you've worked very hard to ensure that cultural heritage is preserved and protected during armed conflict. Important work, vital work. After all, cultural heritage is worth protecting, and it needs its defenders, people like you. And because cultural heritage does not have legs and cannot stand up for itself, yet we need cultural heritage. From books to buildings to paintings, they give us a sense of self. Cultural heritage shows us where we come from, who we are, and inspires us to become who we want to be. It shapes us. It is that one windmill that you always cycle past on your way home, or at least in the Netherlands. It is that place of worship in your town square that always gives you the sense of homecoming. Or that one painting which you can gaze at for the longest time and lose yourself in. Talking about cultural heritage, does anyone know what used to stand here on this very ground about 100 years ago? Not an event venue like today, but a church. The Duinhoort Church, to be exact. Founded in 1920, it had beautiful stained glass windows showing the 12 apostles, and a mosaic featuring the Last Supper. The church was filled with a pulpit, chandeliers, and wooden benches, and of course, people who gathered here for weekly sermons, sharing their vision of life and strengthening their sense of community. Until 1942. That was the year the church was dismantled, brick by brick, during the Second World War. Occupied forces destroyed a lot of the buildings here in The Hague to make way for a more than 5,000 kilometers defense wall that ran along the coastline of Western Europe to repel attacks from the Allied forces. Throughout The Hague, you can still see the effects of this defense wall. Here, also here at the World Forum, a beautiful building in its own right, but not with stained glasses, no pulpit or wooden benches, which can leave you wondering, well, what happened with them? Thankfully, people gave these cultural goods temporary legs. They carried them away from here and stood them safe and sound in the basement of the Peace Palace in The Hague. There they survived the Second World War, and these interior elements of the church were then transferred to the medieval cloister church, also here in The Hague, where people can see and experience them to this day. Dear guests, the cultural goods within the Duinhoord Church were preserved, but unfortunately not all cultural heritage survived the Second World War. Much was destroyed or looted, which is the main reason the Hague Convention was developed in this very city 70 years ago by people from around the world. They saw the urgent need to protect cultural heritage, to make the necessary preparations in times of peace, to convey the message that parties that at war have the obligation to protect cultural heritage. One sentence from the then formulated agreement sticks in my mind. It reads, "Being convinced that damage to cultural property belonging to any people whatsoever means damage to the cultural heritage of all mankind, since each people makes its contribution to the culture of the world." A sentence that rings through to this day and is still painfully relevant. Because even now, wars are taking place all over the world. They demand many casualties. Lives are lost every day, ending them far too early and abruptly. Also in the cultural field, casualties can be found. Despite the work of people who have successfully secured items such as antiquities, paintings and manuscripts. Yet cultural properties have also been damaged, looted and destroyed in recent years, often deliberately neglecting the basic principles of the Hague Convention. Cultural casualties came in many different shapes and sizes, such as deliberately destruction of a theater, bombing of a cemetery, or the theft of a painting. At a first glance, people might think it's just a theater, just a cemetery, just a painting. Things that are replaceable, but that's just the thing, isn't it? They are not replaceable. When that piece of cultural heritage is no longer there, you can feel uprooted, because your identity is so intimately intertwined with that cultural property, which is why it's so important that we keep cultural heritage safe. We saw that need 70 years ago, and unfortunately, we still see it today. That is why you have spent the last few days addressing essential questions, such as what is required of us to keep cultural heritage safe in this world that has changed so much over 7 decades. What is needed not only now, but also in the future. And I want to thank you all for all the input you have given, invaluable advice and recommendations. From the attendants to the experts, observers, speakers, and moderators. Thanks so much. And a big thank you is in order for the UNESCO as well, who organized this event with us. And I also commend UNESCO for taking the initiative of a new civil-military alliance, and I call upon us to bring this initiative to fruition. But before you all leave and return home, I always also want to ask you something of all of you. Continue to reach out and engage with each other. See what you can learn from each other and keep gaining new insights. Together, we have the best chances to defend cultural heritage from the horrors of war, to defend who we are and what we stand for. Let's continue to stand up for cultural heritage, for ourselves, but especially for generations to come. Thank you very much.
That was very impressive, to say the least, to say the least. Thank you ever so much for your performance here. I think it's a touching and also touching to the ears to have you here to close off this ceremony and to close off the whole couple of days that we were here entertaining ourselves, and it's good to be entertained by you now. Thank you ever so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this means that actually we have come to the end of our formal program of the conference. We would like to thank you all for your active participation in these rich exchanges over the past 3 days. Let's give this time each other a big round of applause.
Nous remercions les organisateurs et toutes les équipes pour leur effort dans la préparation et le déroulement de la conférence. Nous remercions également les interprètes et les techniciens du World Forum. Merci à vous tous.
And then a last and hopefully welcome announcement, that is that in the lobby you will find lunches to go. And you can indeed take them with you or enjoy them here. That's totally up to yourselves. Une dernière remarque, le déjeuner à emporter après dans le foyer. Vous le prenez avec vous ou vous le mangez ici, comme vous voulez. Et à la prochaine.